Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better. We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad. But it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
That's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. Just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response. And you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before. He said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions, very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state.
All right, first and foremost, I want to give all praise, honor, and glory to the Most High God, Yahweh. I do so in the name of His only begotten Son, who the world calls Christ, and Mashiach, Yahweh Shai. It's your brother, Chief Priest AHLAZAR, BANLAWYA, a.k.a. the Gorilla Hebrew. Oh, man. So, yeah, Salakia. I just want to get the promo out. I'm gonna start from the top. So again, all praise, honor, glory to Yahweh, I'm gonna start from the top because there was some good things that I was hearing as I was getting set up that I definitely want to commentate on. So we're gonna kind of stagger this a little bit. I'm gonna start this back over from the top, and I'm gonna commentate. Shabbat Shalom to everybody, keeping that lunar Sabbath. Getting ready to keep the Day of Atonement tomorrow at sundown. I'll be talking about that after the debate. I'll have a Day of Atonement message for after the debate. We're kind of going to all that as well. So just, just ride with us, for this Sabbath through the spirit and power of Yahweh Shai. Shalom to the chat. Much love and things of that nature. Yeah, we're going to start this thing over, though, here in a second.
To agree. The government and Donald Trump certainly should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular, the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came
Well, I
to your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of when they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea and how unfair that would have been. Part of the reason they lost to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free, but they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. in all fairness. J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. So wonderful. Let's go to Congress, do it. But the fact is that for years, they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I have to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact,
we are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid. And I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the
She's not answering the question.
the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can.
But hold on. But the child tax credit under Trump was increased. Now, granted, $6,000 is even greater than it was under Trump. But you know who shrunk the child tax credit? You and Joe Biden.
Afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries.
I have no sales tax. There is not an additional sales tax that I implement. Like, what's crazy is how are people able to get up there and lie, right? Because one of these people are lying here. Either Trump does have a sales tax, and it's exactly what Kamala described, or, as Trump said, he doesn't have a sales tax. One of these people is lying. Outright, bold-faced lying. And these are our choices for president. That's crazy.
Countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years.
Yeah, I would say it's generous, man. Listen, man, put a 1 in the chat if you cannot believe how much money you're paying for groceries. I'm seeing the ones. It's a lot of ones. It is totally unbelievable what's going down at the grocery store. I'm like, you're paying $200. You know, years ago, $200, man, you're in the game. I spent $200 in the grocery store a couple of days ago and looked and said, what did I get? What did I get? Nothing for $200. Stuff that's going to cover my family for a matter of days. Inflation it's hyper. It's what you call hyperinflation. We all know that. So she can talk all this middle class stuff that she wants. He's speaking directly to what we're being affected by, not hypothetical, not a hypothetical additional $4,000 in tax a year, which Trump denies even having. We are feeling that when we want to go buy goods, when we want to go get milk, eggs, bread, any of the bare minimum essentials. It's insane what we're paying at these grocery stores. There's no excuse as to why we are paying what we are paying at the grocery store. There's none. Right? And that all happened. It wasn't like that 4 years ago. You know, I had, I hired a cleaning lady a few weeks ago, man. I moved into this house about 2 months ago. And just to kind of get it together in an order where I need to be, I hired these cleaning ladies, right? Tribe of Issachar, beautiful, amazing women, right? Sisters. And, she asked me, she said, I came, she was in my room and I had to come in my room. This was before camp. So I had to get some of my stuff for camp before we go teach. And, she's like, who you going for president? I'm like, I ain't going for neither, And she was like, all I know is this, under Trump, I had a lot of work. Under Biden, I haven't had a lot of work. That says something. That says a lot. And that's middle class, man. That's working class. That she cleans. She's a housekeeper. A humble housekeeper. Immigrant housekeeper. So that says a lot as a representation of the Trump economy versus the Biden economy, which Harris is a part of. Says a whole lot.
Ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions.
So I like what he did there. Not that I agree with him necessarily, but I like what he did, meaning he attacked the immigrant population that's coming in, but still feigned to care for blacks and Hispanics, right? Again, not that I believe he does, and not that I have a problem with immigrants, because at the foundation, and there's certain many people who view themselves as American who have a problem. I, of course, don't view myself as American, as the great Malcolm X once said, just because a cat has kittens in an oven, it doesn't make them biscuits, right? So of course I understand that there is no moral basis for anti-immigration policies when this country was built off of theft of a land and illegal immigration by Europeans. So if we're going to be removing illegal immigrants, we have to start with, of course, the descendants of the colonists and so on and so forth. So, it is what it is on that, right? But typically, it's an attack. An immigration attack is also just an attack, typically, minimally on Hispanics in general. And if you know anything, it's an attack on a large number of Black people, i.e., Black Caribbean people and Black West African people who make up, a large portion of the Black immigrants, right? So for him to make sure to put that disclaimer out while still, mentioning the immigrants in the native light, that was very wise of him to do. It was very, very wise for him to do.
Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country.
Let's be real. Can we be real for a minute? When they let the Venezuelans into the country, the Venezuelans didn't have semi and fully automatic military grade weaponry when they came into the country. So the question is, where did they get the weaponry in order to go and storm apartment complexes and hostilely take them over? We have to ask ourselves that critical question. It's so easy to demonize black and brown people when we're seen as armed and perceived as armed and dangerous. That's a position that this country has attempted to have us in the light that this country has wanted us to be depicted and seen and interpreted in for a long time. True. Here's the but to that. The but is, how in the hell are immigrants, right, without resources, without families and establishment and roots in this country, coming into this country, getting high-grade weaponry and getting inspired or feeling invincible and untouchable enough to storm an apartment complex and take it over? That takes major cojones, right? That takes a lack of fear or care of law enforcement intervention, of potential National Guard intervention and things of that nature. Why aren't they worried about the cops or the National Guard, and where are they getting the guns from? These are critical questions that we need to use our brains and ask ourselves, right? We're the same people that know about places from LA to Chicago of guns just falling off of trains and ending up in the hoods, and violence skyrocketing as a result, murders, violent shootings, robberies skyrocketing as a result. We all have heard that telltale story for a long time. And you mean to tell me somehow we're just going to believe that the immigrants are the bad guy and everything they say about them is true and none of it's propaganda, and somehow these people just spawn with assault rifles like it's Grand Theft Auto? I think not. Let's use our brains.
And they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast.
Now, this is the same song and dance, dear DJ Trump, and I'll explain why it's the same song and dance. This is the policy in which you ran your last election off of. So you reutilizing and just updating the tactic, it could be wise because it was fear of immigrants and especially hatred towards specifically Mexicans, now it's Venezuelans, that won you the last election. So again, it may be a wise recycling, but to me, it's a tired song that you're singing. And to me, it's possible that groups that you lobby with and that you're connected to could be arming these individuals and propagating these videos of them doing these things to give validity to what you're saying and spark an anti-immigrant sentiment in more and more Americans that would lead them to go to the polls and vote for you, right?
I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression.
Okay. Donald Trump, that's highly unfair, right? That's how, and what I'm gonna do is I'm functioning as a priest of God, right? So of course, and I'm gonna tell you something. I have some information about Kamala Harris that's getting ready to be so startling, and I can't even say it on YouTube. I can't even say it on YouTube, but just understand that I got a Kamala documentary that I'm putting together that is going to be groundbreaking. So you wait on that. So I'm definitely not a Kamala fan. I find DJ Trump highly entertaining. Is he the better candidate? Yes, but I'm not voting for anybody. I don't see myself as a part of this society or country. I see myself as an exile here. And three, I wouldn't dare vote and elect somebody to be over me who wasn't of my same lineage and ethnic group. It just wouldn't happen. So, but I'm a function, of course, as who I am as a priest of God. I'm a chief priest. I'm going to be the priest of God that I'm supposed to be. Me personally, I think we should all go to the polls and write in sexy red. Sexy for president 2024. She's better than either of these people, and at least she's our own. At least she's going to look out for, sexy red going to look out for the hood if she gets in there. So I say we all go in there. I got to find out her real name, and we go in there and put her on. Hold on one second. Salakia. Janae, hold on, what's her name? Janae Nearer Weary. This who we need to write in. Write in Sexy Red. You know what? She been saying sexy for president. That's been her little what you call it? Her little campaign. But I'm gonna be real. I'm saying she's a better option than these people, and you better believe she's gonna be looking out for that hood. You better believe it. One second. You better believe she's gonna be looking out for that hood, man. But again, she's I'm not gonna let her get away with saying that Donald Trump left America with the worst unemployment. COVID left America with the worst unemployment, and the unemployment numbers, of course, were exacerbated by the amount of unemployment scams that were going on. So to try to say that that was on Trump, as if the country didn't get rocked with a pandemic, where people who weren't essential workers weren't allowed to go out of their house, where the average service job is not something that was able to be converted over to remote. Of course, unemployment was high. That is not the fault of Donald Trump. That's the fault of a global pandemic and, of course, fraud, right? Exacerbated by fraud. We gotta be real. We gotta be honest about that. So that's very unfair use of statistics there by good old Kamala.
Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us.
I mean, was that his fault? Is it his fault that the pandemic came out in November 2019 and the election was 1 year later? That's not COVID is not to blame. He's not to blame for COVID, and he's not to blame for the unemployment caused by COVID.
The worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess.
It was a horrible attack on democracy. Since the Civil War, it's funny that she would say since the Civil War, because when I tell you the bomb that I have to drop on Kamala Harris, she's the last person who should be mentioned in Civil War. Right? Who was that? Kristen Burton, all praise to the Most High. That super chat is working. All right, it is working on the Chief Dome channel. Alternative donation information there on the screen as well. So yeah, man, let's keep going.
What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad. But it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounce back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
I ain't gonna lie. I am not gonna lie. God damn, Kamala. Kamala is talking real good right there. She cited sources. I mean, when we talk about especially Goldman Sachs, I think we all should understand the role that Goldman Sachs plays in the financial sector, how serious, how valuable, how valid their opinion is on somebody's economic plan. The Wharton School, you're not going to be as familiar with that, but that's a name that you should mention. And then she said what about like 16 something? Man, whatever the hell she was talking about. Wow. You got to give it to her. I'm just here to judge the fight. And I'm not going to act like those weren't power blows that Kamala just landed. They were.
That's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a
See, now that's also a good, God, that's a good counter though. Why you can't sweat, you got to listen. Debate course coming. Put a one in the chat if you're looking forward to the Guerrilla Hebrew debate course. Can I get a one in the chat for that? Carlos, you crazy. Who's looking forward to the Guerrilla Hebrew debate course? I will definitely be offering that, Lord willing, very soon. Probably as early as next month. Get that debate course ready and get on over on Guerrilla TV. All praises. Because what you're going to learn definitely in there is that type of counterpunching. That is what we call effective debating and effective counterpunching, and always keeping your poise, never letting them see you sweat. That's going to be very important. Very, 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 very important. Okay. We have to understand the game that's being played. Let me dissect the game. There's a game that these people play. It's called the Hegelian dialectic. Right? Y'all ready? The Hegelian dialectic. And they're playing it a little bit before our eyes. I'm going to explain how that game works, right? You have two people. They have two opinions. Their opinions. You're trying to get people to align with one opinion or the other. For people to believe one of the people and disbelieve the other person. So what happens is, in order to do so, you present the two counter positions, right? And then you look for a way to discredit the position that you disagree with, which validates the position that you do agree with, right? So the first time I saw this, it was a debate on a Talking Head show hosted by Bill O'Reilly. And what happened is, it was a woman who went to a non-prestigious college versus somebody who went to a very prestigious college. I forget which college. It could have been Princeton, Stanford, Yale, Harvard, one of them. Let's just say Harvard for argument's sake. And what happened was they went back and forth. And in order to just discredit at the end, Bill O'Reilly said, "And what college did you go to?" And she said her no-name college. "And what college you go to?" He said Harvard. What does that subliminally send into the watcher's brain? I'm going to go with the Harvard opinion, right? So she just said, well, we should go with the opinion of the Wharton School, right? She utilized the Wharton School in her argumentation for why her argument is valid. How does Trump counterpunch? Well, I went to the Wharton School. That's one of my alma maters. I'm very familiar with the professors, the professor emeritus and various alumni there. And many of them think my plan is brilliant. That's a dagger right there. That's a good way to soften and lessen the blow that she just served to him. That's what we call effective counterpunching when you're dealing with somebody who also is an effective counterpuncher. Right? It is the type of stuff you're going to learn when I drop this debate course on you through the Spirit of the Most High. But let's go.
Great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like runs.
See, I want you to see something, though, too, as well, what she's doing. You see all this animation? Look at this animation. Look at her. All that animation is good. All that animation is good because the casual viewer, the non-analytical viewer, is now distracted from his point and him and his monotone voice and his bland face. And they're distracted here. Look at her. It's distracting. It's going to take you away from him and take you here. Now, his bland face, his blank facial expressions and smiles, those are good as well. And people are going to notice those as well. But they're both good in different ways. But I think to the most casual, least analytical viewer, which is going to represent a tremendous amount of the viewership, Kamala is far more distracting with her reactions. And it's taking away from Trump's point, and it's actually making people get behind Kamala. You have to really understand how human psychology works and how all this stuff, the body language, the animation, the way you say things, and the things you say are all playing a part, and how the average person is blind. So having a more effective information isn't necessarily what it's going to take to sway them, right?
Sentences like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The vice president brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation.
Judah Man, y'all about Shemi Al Shabrakatah Wath Waterman for your continued support. Now, he said he had no inflation. He had to correct it, virtually no inflation. In comparison to the inflation of the Biden administration, he virtually had no inflation, right? Let's be for real.
They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Yeah, and a part of that is for the American people and for many people, a lot of people's rationale and logic says, hey, look, this guy's a successful businessman. We've seen him. The reason why we know him and his popularity and fame, his celebrity that he's had for decades is because of how good of a businessman he is. So if our country is in a position where we need economic relief, then a business person is the perfect person to put in office, not a career politician, which Kamala is or Biden is, etc. So those are good points that he's utilized. But I did look something on ChatGPT. The highest period of inflation in United States history occurred during the post-World War I era, but more recently it was during the 1970s and early 1980s. The inflation rate reached its peak in 1980 when it hit about 13.5%. The period is often referred to as the Great Inflation, driven by factors such as oil price shocks, loose monetary policies, and supply chain disruptions. The U.S. Federal Reserve under Chairman Paul Volcker raised interest rates dramatically in response, leading to a deep recession in the early 1980s. But it says, ultimately bringing inflation under control. Right? Okay, so that was during 80. That's when it was the worst. Give me the top 5. Top 5 highest inflation times in USA. Let's look that up. All right. So look, I said, give me the top 5, right? Top 1, post-World War I, of course, that was 100 years ago. Number 2, post-World War II, of course, that was 80 years ago. 3, of course, what we just read about, the Great Inflation, so that was about 40, a little over 40 years ago. The Civil War, over 160 years ago. And number 5, now. Or 2021 to 2022. So we're currently just off the heels of something that happened under Biden, which was the number 5 worst inflation rate. But in modern times, the number 2 worst inflation rate, right? So it got up to 13.5 in the late 70s and early 80s, and it was 9.1% just 2 years ago. So under them, in recent history, let's say in the last century, they had the second highest inflation in the last 100 years. No, not 100 years. Yeah, 100 years. No, Salakia. Third highest. Third highest in the last 100 years because World War II was in the last 100 years. So in the last 100 years, this was the third highest inflation. That's crazy. Shout out Sister Yasha Yabashim Yasha Brakatah Wathawada.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military.
Donald Trump is about to kill her right now. He's about to kill her.
Basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan.
This lady's talking about American chips like America is a major microchip technology producer. Solomon McFadden, y'all by Shem Yahshua Barakatah Water for your continued support, brother. It's not. Y'all remember when it was the iPhone release was pushed back because there was a shortage on chips? If the chips were produced in America, there wouldn't have been a shortage on chips. Those are produced in Asia. So she just is talking out the side of her neck on this. He sold. Yeah, China needs American microchips. China. Everything in our technology is produced over there, but some reason they need the microchips that we produce in order to make their technology better. They are light years ahead of us technologically. Why would they need? Come on. That was dumb.
Responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist
He's Marxist
professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane.
Since when is crime bad for the economy? I understand that areas that are the most struggle the most economically typically have the highest amount of crime. I don't see how crime is bad for the economy. I don't see how, you know, the jobs that crime creates is bad for the economy. Security guards, home security systems due to crime, gun sales for self-defense, various self-defense products, of course, the money and the jobs that are created from deputies and county jails up to correctional officers. Some small cities all throughout this country, their economy is entirely supported by crime because prison is the #1 economic contributor to the country, to the city. So I don't think crime is the worst thing for the economy. I think crime has done the American economy very well, especially taking into consideration that it was built on crime, for sure.
And almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home.
I don't understand how not having the option to murder is not great. I think that's really great. I think that not having abortions will make for more women in the planet Earth, which will make the world a better place. There has to be women being born in order for them to just enrich life and you know, nation and planet, right? Well, then they would have to be born, which means that, you know, abortion is against the birth of women. There's nothing more anti-woman than abortion.
State of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban, because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban.
Now, if you were the victim of an incestuous sexual relationship, a non-consensual sexual relationship, then I mean, it wouldn't take you 6 weeks to figure that out, which would be sensible reasons or more rational reasons to, you know, desire to terminate a pregnancy. Um, Also, of course, I think that there shouldn't be any time limit on abortion to save a mother's life, right? Meaning, not this mom is just, oh, I don't want to deal with this and the responsibility. Like literally, it's either me or the baby as far as health. I think that there shouldn't be any time limit on that. As far as for other things, I don't think that, I think that the window should be very small. But of course, it does take time to find out if you're pregnant, all these various things, you know, whatever. So even if I'm just okay, following that, okay, 6 weeks, um, what's the problem with that? You know, why is he being attacked? How is that an attack on women at all?
Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before. He said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby.
Okay, so it gave me a summary and I said, is he for 9-month abortion? Governor Tim Walz supports policies that allow abortion without gestational age restrictions, meaning that under Minnesota's Protect Reproductive Options Act, abortion is legal at any stage of pregnancy, including the 3rd trimester. This has led to criticism from opponents who argue that it opens doors to late-term abortions even in the 9th month. Right. However, supporters of the law, including Walz, emphasize that late-term abortions are exceedingly rare and typically occur due to medical emergencies. They argue that such decisions should be made between the patient and the doctor. So, but he's still for it, though. He's still for it. Okay. Um. Okay. Tim Walz has not supported or advocated for any policies that would allow abortion or medical termination post-delivery. In the U.S. law, once a baby is born, it is a separate legal person with rights, and no form of post-birth abortion or infanticide is permitted or legally sanctioned. Okay, so that's just to be clear. All right, all right.
Baby is born is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions, very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. And now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response.
She had to cut that nigga real quick. Because, yeah, that's asinine.
To President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended.
I mean, is he wrong? He's the president. You're supposed to put Supreme Court justices in position that are in alignment with your views. Y'all do the same thing. Everybody do the same thing.
And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life.
All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High.
Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a...
He just said that he is for the exceptions of rape, incest, and for the life of the mother. He just said that.
Crime, a violation to their body, does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon.
Okay. And again, he's for that, though, like he said. So that's crap. But also, is it immoral to make a careless decision with your body and try to circumnavigate the responsibility that you inherit through your irresponsible decision making? Is that not also immoral? I don't understand how you're the morality police and you believe in abortion. That's crazy.
Their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country.
It's such a false narrative that abortion is about what a woman does with her body. You're doing it to somebody else's body. What you want to do is take a body that is developing with inside of your body, right? But it's a separate body from you, right? And do something to it. It's such crap when they do that.
You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail.
And that's crap there, but that's not what the issue is. The issue is the standard case that occurs when a woman doesn't want to take responsibility for her actions of laying down and making a baby and wanting to get rid of it. That's what it's about. And of course, it's inspired by the fact that white birth rates are plummeting more and more. Let's just go to the Bible real quick. No. Exodus 21, right? So look at this. Exodus 21 and 22. If men strive and hurt a woman with child, so that her fruit depart from her, and yet no mischief follow, he shall surely be punished, according to as the woman's husband will lay upon him. And he shall pay as the judge determines. So if you're fighting, you hit a woman with child, and the woman miscarries a child as a result of the accident that happened, then the man shall lay a punishment upon you whose child that was. And then he shall pay a debt, a fee, what's the word I'm looking for? A fine, if you will, according to the determination of the judges. But look what it says in 23. And if any mischief follow, right? If they keep going, there's no care. This thing was intentional. It says, then thou shalt give life for life. Now, this is about a woman with child, a woman who has a child in her womb. It is still considered a life in the eyes of the Most High God. And I'm showing you this here in the Torah to substantiate it. So when you're having that abortion argumentation, these are the verses you go to, Exodus 21, 22 to 23. Yeah, and that's the thing. It doesn't make sense that she's asserting that he's going to sign a federal ban when his whole point was to give it back to the states and let the states make their own decisions. And the majority of the states that the people who wanted it banned got it banned. So then there's that, right? When there's no sound when I was talking, there was no sound when I was talking. Oh, Salahia. It's the screen. Okay. My fault, y'all.
That certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came
Well, I
to your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably.
Now, I would like to hear more about how the student loan thing became a total catastrophe, because from what I understand, there was a lot of student loan debt forgiveness, right? I don't know. I ain't got no student loans, so I'm not sure. I know one of my wives got student loans, and her student loans weren't forgiven. So I don't know how far it got, but if I'm not mistaken, a lot of student loans were forgiven, right?
Her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. in all fairness. J.D., and I don't mind if.
That's great. What great deniability. Well, I didn't discuss it with him. I think maybe he's making an assumption about what he believes I would do in that instance, but I haven't discussed it with him at length. And no, I simply wouldn't do it, but it's not even going to present itself. So we're not even going to see what I would do because it's not even going to happen. That's good. That's great.
He has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. Well, wonderful. Let's go to Congress, do it. But the fact is that for years, they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump.
Vice President Kamala, you are not answering the question. The question was very simple, and that was good. You're right. It doesn't say that anywhere, and it was good for you to reinforce that, right, to kind of discredit his intelligence. But also, you've been asked a question. Do you support any restrictions on abortion? Any? Now, though Trump is anti-abortion, he's pro-life. He said he doesn't want to have control over it. He wants to give it to the states, and he supports restrictions or eligibility for abortion on women who are victims of rape or incest or for the sake of the life of the mother, right? Okay, cool. So, why won't you answer the question, though? Why won't we talk about the restrictions? So you're saying up until she's due tomorrow, she changed her mind, so she aborts it? That's cool? That's the question. Why aren't you answering it? I know you understand how much more inhumane it sounds to abort a more developed baby than a baby in its very early embryonic stages, but murder is murder.
Abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs, barely can afford to do it. And what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And that is why In every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I
thank
have
you.
to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer
That's
the
problem.
question? Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question, would you veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just
Yes, it is true. And your running mate supports third trimester abortion.
look at the governor, former
He's cooking her right now.
governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said, we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden
A record high, Jesus Christ.
imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done
Oh, shit.
anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill, which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would
Who are very violent people who have a propensity to jack up and even kill people that they encounter. Very unfortunate stuff. As somebody who lived in a border town in San Diego, California, I'm very familiar with the violent nature of the United States Border Patrol down there. So it would just be 1,500 more violent motherfuckers at the border.
would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem.
She's not answering the question. She's a major dodger. She's a major evader. Why are you running from so many questions, Vice President Harris?
And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear.
Hold on. Can I go back? We have to run this whole question back, because I would love to understand, when did you address the question, Vice President? This is mind-blowing.
border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill, which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime trying to do.
Okay, so she answered the second part of the question, and she's using evidence. She's using well, this was a bill. I supported this bill. The bill unfortunately didn't pass, which would have increased Border Patrol agents at the border. Okay, so that's what you would have done different. The question is, why did you just wait 6 months to impose harsher restrictions on asylum? That was part one of the question. You leapfrogged over it into part two because of your alleged support of a bill that didn't pass, which is a real convenient and easy thing. What about part one of the question? Are we just going to avoid it? Are you going to go everywhere in the world except for deal with that? Why did y'all wait until 6 months before the election? Is it because you knew how significant of an issue it would be? It seems very disingenuous. That's what the guy asking the questions, the moderator, I think it's what he's insinuating.
Do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion
But why
and boredom.
did you wait?
And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you.
So she's evading the question. I see her. She's doing that a lot.
I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done.
Damn it, Donald, I hope you're right. And if you're right, I hope she wins. Like the Bible says, there will be 3 world wars, like the prophecy says. And that will lead to the liberation of the nation of Israel, the true Israelites, so-called Black, Hispanic, and Native Indian people. We want that, man. So I hope you're right, Donald, because I'm not going to lie, regardless of how this goes, I think they're going to let Kamala in. I'm not declaring it, but I think they really might let Kamala in. And if they do, I hope Donald Trump is right about Kamala leading us into World War III. Lord willing.
To our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're
Trump. Now Trump. This is where you're gonna have a problem with me, right? This age-old, very racist, anti-Haitian trope that we eat domesticated animals is highly offensive. It's unfounded. We have arguably the greatest cuisine on the face of the planet Earth, and this is very well demonstratable. Our cooks are active in all of the highest levels of, eating and cooking and things of that nature around the world. We're not fond of domesticated animals at all. Cats, dogs, etc. Again, that's an age-old anti-Haitian trope. People should look up anti-Haitianism. And if the people of Springfield, Ohio are not careful, such propaganda will lead to something much worse than the Venezuelans on their hands by talking about this strong and mighty group of people who took down Napoleon, something that the Americans and the British, something none of them can do. You got to watch that. And we're not going for that, because that's what Vance was just talking about earlier, and they're trying to insinuate that Haitians are eating dogs and cats, and that's very far from the truth, right?
They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. And it's a shame. As far as the rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country. And if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well,
I'm just saying, man, put respect on them Haitians, man. We deserve respect. Don't play with us like that, bro. It's unfounded.
I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
the people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
The people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again.
Nah, say what you was gonna say though, nigga. You was gonna say the Haitians, weren't you? Trump, don't do too much now. Don't do too much now.
The Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former secretary of
This is good, Kamala. Kamala's popping it right now.
defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond
Yeah.
here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people, not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them.
You're
They never
fired.
fired one person. They didn't fire.
You're fired. You're fired. So, of course, people who are jilted and mad that they've been fired have negative things to say. Again, this is quality counterpunching. Make sure to sign up when the time comes to the debate course, because you got to learn effective counterpunching, like DJ Trump has been displaying at different moments in this debate, this being one of them.
Anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper, he was no good, I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they? But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier. So let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S.
With local
military.
police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the.
We know why. Well, I've talked about why they are allowing the immigrants into the country in the mass numbers, especially from war-torn countries, countries with higher propensity of violence. The reason is very simple and clear. I don't understand how it's hard for anyone to see what's going on. What's going on is there's been a survey of Americans, especially Americans in a younger age group, 18 to 25. They are seen as not fit, as weak, and they know a world war is impending. So with them understanding that there's a pending world war, they need troops. And then they passed a law recently that deals with a mandatory registration and declaration for draft for even illegal immigrants, people who have sought asylum, etc. So what they're actually doing is looking to juice up their military with people who come from war-torn countries and who are less or who are desensitized to violence. They feel like they're going to be more fit than the very unfit, weaker, softer, and less in shape American youth that we see today. That's all that's going on. It doesn't take rocket science, and doesn't take a whole plethora of research to come to these conclusions. It's very clear that's what's going on. That's why they're allowing the immigrants, because they want to stack the military, because they are running out of viable recruits. Simple.
Fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down.
See, but Trump, you have to understand it. He's not thinking about going to war, right? He's not thinking about going to war. I'm going to show y'all something. Biblically, when we take a look, like here, Isaiah 2:4, and he shall judge among the nations and shall rebuke many people, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. So plowshares are the opposite of a sword, and a pruning hook the opposite of a spear. So agricultural instruments that are used for economic stimulation are opposite of war instruments that are used for killing, biblically. So if you're focused on the economy, the war is not your focus. If you're focused on war, economy is not your focus. You will go to war at expense of the economy, right? But if you're going for the economy, you will seek peace for the sake of the economy, which is why Trump went out of his way to make sure that tensions with Putin were quelled, as well as Kim Jong-un, who we call Rocket Boy. Right? So they're opposite. So if we got one president economically minded and one president war minded, even if it is not on the surface that their president is war minded, they're going to have fundamental differences on certain things. And I think this is one of them. See that? According to the Federal Bureau of Investigations, violent crime is actually down. It's sensationalized more because we have the ability to take a look at footage of crime at our fingertips. So because it's in our face more than it ever was, it's sensationalized and it seems as if it's up. But the facts are, statistically, violent crime is actually down. So this is a false narrative that there's an influx, a hemorrhaging influx of immigrants that have come into this country and have crime skyrocketing. It's not even real, right? Maybe in some isolated areas, but by and large throughout this country, that is very, very far from the truth. She's good. That was good. Oh, I'm not even sharing. Salakia. How I do that again? Okay, this was really good. I need y'all to see this. This was really, really good what she just did, right? It was really good.
Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris, I'll
FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law.
Yeah, it's easy because it's what I anticipate she's going to do here is it's a lob. It's simple. I'm a former district attorney. I have a propensity for being tough on crime. You are a criminal. You this year and in the last year have been found liable. You're being sentenced. All these various things. So this is a gimme for her.
And respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we.
I mean, that was something straight out of a movie. That when you hear this monologue she's on, this is cinematic, right? It's good. It sounds good, but it's very cliche, and I feel like I'm watching a movie right now.
On the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York, every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
That's real. Good job, Trump. Good job. Fake cases, fake news, desperation. Good stuff.
Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly.
But you guys are actually doing it, though. You're saying that he said he would do it. We are watching you guys actually do it across the country in different states. So you can't fault him for saying he would do something that you're doing to him, and he's actively presently a victim of. You can't do that.
expressed disdain.
All praise to the Most High, though, real quick, man. Shout out to everybody who's in the building right now. Make sure y'all liking the video. I don't know what channels y'all are on. We're on 3 different YouTube channels. We're on Twitter or X. Make sure, man, you following, you're subscribed. If it's on your heart, our donation information is there on the screen. All praise to Yahweh Shem Yahushua. Let's keep it going.
Disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people.
Vice President
stop
Harris,
him.
thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Let's bring up the bullet. Let's bring up getting shot. Let's bring up the bullet. Great. We see, look, this man, this is like about, I love judging fights. I love a good fight. And this is a good fight. And we forgot all about this man bleeding on that stage after them shots went off. Great play right there. Great play. Seemed like she may be getting some steam and momentum. Let's talk about me getting shot. I've been shot for this, Kamala. What have you done? Oh, man, this is good. Oh, this is good. Kamala is a lot better than I thought, though. She's a lot better. She's entertaining. I'm seeing her charm. And I know that a lot of our lost people out there are definitely falling victim to her charm without any question, right? Let's keep going.
About me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation
We do have a lot
that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
That is a hell of a question. A hell of a question. From a real black woman to a fake one.
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of...
I keep hearing her talk about she is middle class. Now, she grew up middle class, right? Can I get a wiki? Kamala Harris, born early life and education. Kamala Devi Harris was born at Kaiser Permanente, Oakland Medical Center in Oakland, California, October 20th, 1964. Her mother, Shyamala Gopalan, was a biologist whose work on the progesterone receptor gene stimulated advances in breast cancer research. So she's not just any biologist. She's somebody who's done groundbreaking work, and you want me to believe that somebody with a high yielding salary of that nature, okay, could still be middle class because, you know, middle class is surprisingly high, you know, when you analyze. Shyamala had moved to the United States from India as a 19-year-old graduate student in 1958. After studying nutrition and endocrinology at University of California, Berkeley, she received her PhD in 1964. Kamala Harris' father, Donald J. Harris, is a Stanford University professor of economics emeritus who arrived in the United States from Jamaica in 1961 for graduate study at UC Berkeley and received a PhD in economics in 1966. So your father was a PhD economist and your mother was a biologist that did groundbreaking breast cancer research. And you expect me to believe that you only grew up middle class. Okay. For graduate study at UC Berkeley and received a PhD in economics in 1966, Donald Harris and Shamila Goplin met in 1962 and were married in 1963. Kamala is a Black woman of Afro-Jamaican and Indian heritage. Okay. Hold on. Okay. In 1966, the Harris family moved to Chicago, Illinois, where Kamala's younger sister Maya was born. When her parents took position at the University of Illinois, okay, so they were seemingly professors there at the university, 2 professors. The family moved around the Midwest with both parents working at multiple universities in succession over a brief period. Kamala, along with her mother and sister, moved back to California in 1970 while her father remained in the Midwest. They stayed briefly on Milvia Street in central Berkeley, then at a duplex on Bancroft Way in West Berkeley, an area called the Flatlands with a significant Black population. They just have that there to just validate her Blackness. That's all that is, because her Blackness is in so much question. Later for that, though. When Harris began kindergarten, she was bused as a part of Berkeley's comprehensive desegregation program to Thousand Oaks Elementary, a public school in a more prosperous neighborhood in northern Berkeley, which previously had been a 95% white, and after the desegregation plan went into effect, became 40% Black. Harris' parents divorced when she was 7, with her mother maintaining custody. Okay, so it seems like possibly, they were the divorce is what maybe changed their socioeconomic position. African American intellectuals and rights advocates constituted Harris's formative surroundings. Mary Lewis, who helped start a field of African American studies at San Francisco State University and taught for many years, was one of Shamila Goplin's most trusted friends. Okay. Her mother, Harris and her sister moved with their mother to Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Okay. She could have been middle class. I would venture to say certainly venture to say upper middle class, though. Where's she at? The 70. Let's look at what was considered middle class in the late 60s and early 70s. In the late 60s and early 70s, the middle class generally referred to individuals with occupations like white-collar workers, professionals, and skilled blue-collar workers, often characterized by a stable income that allowed them to own a home, a car, and access to consumer goods, placing them above the working class but below the upper class. This typically included people like teachers, small business owners, mid-level managers, and skilled tradespeople. Interesting. Okay. The economic range. While the exact figures vary, the median income for a middle-class family in the late 60s and early 70s would have been considered around the national average at the time, which was significantly lower than today's middle-class income, which, of course, we have to adjust from inflation. Okay, education level. High school diploma was often considered a minimum requirement for middle-class status. The many middle-class individuals pursuing some form of post-secondary. Some form of post-secondary and high school diploma being the minimum. PhD would put you above that, right? So I want to, okay, generative AI. Can I keep going with the AI? See, if this was ChatGPT, I'll be able to keep going with the AI. Hold on, you know what? Let's do this. What's that? Let's see. Okay. What income was considered middle? Okay. Okay, there we go. Adjusted for inflation, these amounts will be much higher. However, during that period, such incomes were sufficient for. Okay, can you adjust those numbers for me, factoring in inflation to today? Now watch this. So that was the median. So in between 6 and 15,000 in the late 60s annually, and in between 8 and 20,000 in the early 70s annually. Again, I'm just getting to the bottom of her BS. Oh, okay. We getting to the bottom of her BS. Are y'all doing the Day of Atonement this month? Yes, we'll be doing the Day of Atonement starting tomorrow at even. Right? Okay, so essentially what middle class would be for that time period would be somewhere roughly between $50,000 and $140,000. Right? Okay. Now, what would the average biologist salary be in the late 60s? Let's look that up. Let's look at mine. Okay, between 8 to 10. Okay. So if those inflation numbers are insane. So her mother, standalone middle class. Now, but if we couple that with Pops, what would the average university professor be making at that time? Watch this. Okay. Okay, so both of her parents combined would certainly be bringing in what would be over middle class. So I guess she can fairly say she was middle class, but before the divorce at age 7, she was not. I just wanted to get to the bottom of what she was saying and make sure she wasn't misrepresenting the social economic status that she came up in for the purpose of relatability. That's all. All right, let's keep going. Wait, can y'all hear that? Can y'all hear the debate? I think I might have lost audio from Chrome. Yes, Senator, and they probably made above. It's really generous. Okay. I'll be right back. Hold tight. All praise to the Most High. Let's get this back going, back rocking. Make sure y'all liking. If y'all are not sub to the channels, make sure y'all subscribe. We get this debate back up. All praise Yahweh Shem Shai. Let's do it. Damn, I don't know where we was at.
First home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a
All praises went right back to it. First click, all praise.
silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on longstanding work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well, first of
response?
all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a...
Hold on. I'm going to tell you what got me, what did it for me. Hold on.
She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of.
She did things. Look. Look. He's coming with the list, right? You know when you just listed, you running off the list, and you start with the first thing on the list, and then you're drawing a blank on what else. She's done things that no one would ever think of. This nigga is stupid.
Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison.
Did you see your face as soon as transgender came up? Yeah, hold on, nigga. Wait a minute, goddammit. Who said anything about gender reassignment?
This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania.
There you go. She wants to take your guns, and she'll never allow fracking, a.k.a. she's taking jobs, some of the most key jobs in the economy. Guns, jobs. Great way to end it there, Donald.
If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing, so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof.
The man's not lying. The man's not lying, right? So if y'all know, I did a album, some music a few years ago. Man, I did something called 223, and I was taking pictures for months at gas pumps where the price was $2.23 at the gas pump. $2.23. We haven't seen prices like that in years under Biden. Maybe in Texas, and we've seen relatively low prices here in Georgia because our governor here, Kemp, who's done a wonderful job, goes out of his way to take away gas tax to actually lower the prices at the pump for Georgians at the expense of the state government. So we haven't seen prices like we've seen since Trump, let's be real. And I'm seeing prices go down right now, but of course, conveniently, it's close to the election, so it serves Biden to lower gas prices right now. So that's a great point. We've paid a lot more at the pump under the Biden-Harris administration. No question about it.
They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead. Fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out of. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that
for
we
the
have to get
environment,
to.
as
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed.
Yeah, so a lot happened there. But if he called for peace and patriotism, to say, do you regret what you did that day? He didn't storm. If he called for peace and patriotism and he said, show up for my speech, not other than that, we can't pin that upon him. But we do know that that was his radical supporters that did that. And that was a huge threat to national security. It was pretty much an unprecedented uprising. So I know that's a big deal, and that's a stain on him. I don't think it's really playing that much effect into the perception of the people going into this election, though. There are too many much more current events and pressing matters than that happened 4 years ago.
Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because
very fair point.
She's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, well, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world. And crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle. They took over a big...
Chop/Chaz. Great talking point, man. And people died in there. There was a lot going on in that Chop/Chaz area. You better believe it.
percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes, sir.
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible.
That's great. That was a great buck pass right there. Donald Trump in true Larry Bird fashion. Great buck pass right there.
Didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the president of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president.
That's good. But his face here, that's great. Let's just go back.
Nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand.
Hey, this nigga knows she's hitting him right here. She's hitting him. It ain't no way around it. She's hitting him right here.
The former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches.
What does Charlottesville have to do with Donald Trump?
Spewing anti-Semitic hate.
This is good. This is good, Harris. But what does Charlottesville got to do with Trump?
Hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side.
That's good. I forgot he said that. That's great.
Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remember.
He did tell them niggas stand by. Trump, you told them niggas stand by. Them is supposed to be your hitters, right? You told them niggas stand by. That's not make-believe. That's real. You told them niggas stand by.
Remembers what January 6th was? I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future.
She's so dramatic. Oh, she's so like, I'll be real. Like I said, if you're mindless out there, she's got you. She's far too charming. She's far too cinematic and dramatic. She's getting the hearts and the minds of a lot of people with no sense right now. without any. I can see it again. I never really seen her talking all that. Like just watching her now talk at length, I can see why an idiot would be charmed by her, for sure.
Sure. And not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up.
Fake news. Good stuff, Don.
They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this, you talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Right. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically.
That.
You know that.
Let's not misquote sarcasm. He is maintaining that that was a stolen election, right? And he should maintain that that was a stolen election. I think it's been disproven technically, but you know, fuck it, run with it. Who cares? Yeah. Get him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He's in the bed. He's senile. He's on the verge of death. We know that Biden, Joe, the president is a joke. He's done things nobody ever would do. Right? I'm Donald. I'm your president. I'm 45. Good, fine African Americans. You can trust me.
That it was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls. And we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them Republican.
No judge looked at it.
And said
they said we didn't have standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But
She's good. She's good. I like the way she put that. He was fired by 81 million people, and he's having a really difficult time processing that. That was good. She's good.
cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders.
Kamala, I'm sure there are world leaders that are laughing at Donald Trump. I'm sure there are even more world leaders laughing at Joe Biden. And I'm sure there are even more world leaders laughing at the idea of you becoming president. I guarantee you more laughs are being directed towards Biden and Harris than Trump. Guarantee.
Some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over.
I don't know why her saying, and they say you're a disgrace. That just really killed me right there. And they say many have worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. Oh my God. Man. Oh my God. This is what we call the political arena in political theater, and it is entertaining to your brother right now. Put a one in the chat if this is entertaining to you. Entertaining. If you're watching, make sure you press the like button. If you're not subscribed, make sure you're subscribed. Big up, drop a jump bar for ODM Slim in the building. Slim, I didn't even see you there. What's going on, my brother? This is highly entertaining. If nothing else, this is entertaining. Many of which of you work for you, and they say you're a disgrace. Calling a nigga a disgrace. You know, it's such an old school insult. You don't hear people being called a disgrace enough these days. That was good, man. This is entertaining as hell. This country is screwed. I'm here to tell you, this country screwed. It's over. The end is nigh. Trust me. When this is what you got, this is crazy. Like I said, y'all better off going to the polls and writing in sexy red. I promise you. She gonna look out for the hood. Right? He's still sharp, whether you agree with this. I certainly think he should. I'm entertained by both of them. I'm more entertained by Trump, but this is my first time really just watching Kamala. So I'm entertained by her. I'm kind of surprised by how entertaining I'm finding Kamala, right? And again, I think that she's definitely playing on heartstrings of ignorant, unlearned people. And I think that she's definitely charmed them into going to the polls and voting for her if they weren't already, being that they just vote Democrat regardless anyway, or view Trump as a racist or whatever. Right? You know? Screwed though. Glad y'all find this entertaining. Again, you're interested in joining this organization, man, send us an email. Right, donation information there. Follow me on all platforms. We're gonna keep going all praises. Let's do it.
Over again, our court cases you have lost because you did, in fact, lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deep.
Let's not start to poke fun at people's cognitive functions, Kamala, when you have a senile geriatric boss right now. You don't get to do that with Joe Biden being sleepy and senile. You just don't get to do it.
Deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that, but he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes.
He hates her. He can't stand her. But he needed a candidate, a running mate that would appeal to immigrants, blacks, East Indians, and women universally.
And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it.
Because she was not elected, y'all. She never was elected in any Democratic primary. She was selected. Remember that.
Because
your time is up.
I think we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters, because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran. And
yeah, he's getting ready to rock her on this. And I'm going to tell you why he's getting ready to rock her on this if you don't already know. Trump has always been pro-Israel. She is trying to be as pro-Israel as she can be while also being a humanitarian, thus having to be somewhat pro-Palestine. You cannot take for granted the Jewish influence. And that's something that Trump, as an astute businessman, would never do. So just watch how he handles this, which is going to score him major points with a very powerful community.
Any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever. I know Putin very well.
Basically, what he's saying is, if I never got out of office, none of these conflicts around the world would have occurred because of the depths of the relationships that I have with the parties in question. It never would have happened. Netanyahu wouldn't have reacted with the prejudice that he has against the Palestinians because of the relationship that I have with him. Putin would not have done what he did to Ukrainians and Zelensky because of the relationship I have with him. These relationships and him utilizing them to strengthen his campaign is truly genius. I have the relationships that Kamala doesn't. We can't be ignorant to the fact that many people in the Eastern world are not as quote unquote progressive as the Western world and far less likely to accept women in positions of power as leaders of immense, powerful, mighty nations. And how that's going to get in the way of relationships and peace talks and perception and respect on a global level that America so desperately needs, especially when its might is in question with the rise of Russia and China and North Korea. So these are great points that he's using. Great counterpunching.
Well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population, because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah.
He's not lying. He is not lying. He walked away from that trade agreement, that nuclear agreement, and he put embargoes upon them, and it wasn't looking good for Iran for a second. And then Biden got in, and they bounced back with a vengeance. And there's no telling what type of nukes they're over there developing and working with Russia on. None. So this is a good point by Trump.
Or any of the 28 different spheres of terror, and they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris.
That's mighty. But I also believe that he has the ability to do something like that. I believe that he has such a relationship with Vladimir Putin, the real Pusheisty. I believe that his relationship with him is so strong that he can actually go and end the war with Russia and Ukraine. I believe that, which is part of the reason I believe that he's not going to get into office. I think we're seeing the trajectory here. We're seeing what's going on here, and we're seeing that Kamala Harris has to be the president in order for this country to fall and get its just desserts in this time. Now, I could be wrong. right? I'm not saying it's the word of God, but I am saying that I'm really starting to believe that Kamala Harris is going to steal this one. I am truly starting to believe that. I think that Kamala should be the president. And I say that for the downfall of America, not for anything good of America. She will lead America right where it needs to go, to proverbial hell, figurative hell, not literal Hades. We don't believe in Greek mythology, but to destruction, to the grave, through thermonuclear destruction, by being on the losing end of the Third World War that's coming, that, you know, they'll be pummeled with the thermonuclear arsenal of the Russians, of the Chinese, of the Iranians, of the North Koreans, etc. I think Kamala Harris is the woman for the job, for sure.
Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is, it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one. According to him,
I'm over here running my goddamn mouth. That's crazy. Jay said, we're not rooting for anybody. We're reacting to the debate in general. We're not siding with anybody. Definitely, we're not siding with anybody. I do find Trump more entertaining, so I'm partial to him in that regard. In that regard, certainly not in any other regard. I certainly won't be voting for any of these people. And I'm not here for the prosperity of America. I'm here for the judgment of God, to declare the judgment of God against America for the crimes that's committed against Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, as well as other things they've done. Right? So let's just keep going.
himself, it is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants.
Vladimir Putin is not a dictator. Vladimir Putin is a president. Vladimir Putin was democratically elected. He's not a dictator. And guess what? Vladimir Putin can do whatever he wants in his country, the same way Americans can do whatever they want. American political figures can do whatever they want in their country and with their country. What's wrong with that?
And go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said
he has reasoning to go into Ukraine. Right? The same way you guys do what the hell you want and invade countries and set up shop in them and occupy them for decades, steal from them, victimize the population, do all these you guys can do that. Why can't Russia do it?
When Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un, and it is absolutely well known.
It's well known that Kim Jong-un was threatening thermonuclear missile strikes on America, and he had to do what he had to do to protect his country with somebody who was volatile, who's a live wire, and has an immense nuclear arsenal that is not to be played with and or underestimated, not to mention the strong ties that he has, Kim Jong-un, with very powerful enemies of America, i.e. China, i.e. Russia, i.e. people with even bigger arsenals of nukes than North Korea, with larger armies than North Korea. Are you stupid? Are you dumb?
That these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace.
I hate both parties. Sounds like Gorilla is a Trump supporter and wants to talk about God. I always want to talk about God. And when do I seem like a Trump supporter? Who did I tell anybody to go out and vote for Trump? Can you explain that to me? I'm just commentating on the situation. Is that wrong? Right? The Republican Party is known as the right wing. Right wing ideals are typically more so in alignment with Judeo-Christian values, right? So as somebody who has strong what they would call Judeo-Christian values, we are going to tend to agree with Republicans more because of our belief in the Bible and because of how belief in the Bible is far more prevalent amongst Republicans than Democrats. Doesn't make me a Trump supporter, right? But he's definitely hilarious. And I definitely think that politically, he's a better candidate and more suited for the job than Kamala Harris. But that's why I want Harris to win. Because if he's better suited for the job, and I'm looking for this place to fall according to prophecy, then I would want the person who is the worst selection to win. I'm very confused by this comment. But it is what it. I don't care. I don't look at myself as a part of this country. It's ridiculous. And I've been keeping the commandments of God since before I even turned 18. So I knew I couldn't vote. This is stupidity.
That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it, because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Man, y'all, it's been heavy. It's been heavy. It's been highly entertaining. Again, though, I really think that Kamala's getting ready to get in. I really think Kamala's getting ready to get in. Oh, these are the fact checks? These are the fact checks. Hold on. All right, Chauncey, it makes no sense for you to be in the chat, Dan Pimp. Please get out of here. It's crazy. We know America's on a deathbed. I've only been on the streets teaching that for, I don't know, 12 years already. Shit crazy. So about the weaponization of that 11-year-old who was killed when the Haitian immigrant struck the bus, right? The weaponization of that. I want to deal with that real quick. So around the time of the election, 2016, I was living in, oh, no, don't do that. I was still in California at the time, right? I was living in Vista, California. And there's a Native American store that's there in the Tri-City area of California, Vista, California. So I went into that store as I often did. I get goods in there. A lot of good stuff in there. There were some white girls in there. And I heard them talking, and they were trying to talk low. Now, apparently, one of them had a son who was victim of a crime by an illegal immigrant of Mexican origin. And she was anti-Trump. She was a struggling mother, single mother on food stamps, white girl. She was expressing all this. I heard it in the aisle next to me. But she said Trump's campaign was offering her so much money to come on national TV and talk about this so it could be weaponized that she was seriously considering taking the money, even though her political ideals were not in alignment with Trump. So the anti-immigration rhetoric will always try to highlight the most serious outlying situations that they could find. Here we have an accident. Yes, it was an immigrant driving, but it was an accident, right? Accidents happen all the time. Americans crash into other Americans and kill them all the time. American drunk drivers kill children all the time. To take a look and isolate one incident where we have a Haitian immigrant doing it in Ohio is a gross misrepresentation of the Haitian immigrant population as a whole. And Haitian immigrants were the founders of one of the greatest cities in this country, one of the greatest contributors to this country's GDP, Chicago, Illinois. Haitians, immigrants, were responsible in part for the Louisiana Purchase, which caused this country's size to double. Haitian immigrants fought with American soldiers against British during the American Revolution, which was the key war that got America its independence. So I wish the fuck you would demonize us. That's crazy. Let's keep going, though.
ABC News presidential debate tonight. We're going to continue here, and I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left, I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's. Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here,
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war? Yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate.
Yeah, it's not about winning. We don't want to help Ukraine win. I want the war to end. I don't want war. Why are you trying to pin me to say who do I want to win? I want it to end. Russia clearly has won, is winning. So if it ends, then Russia will win. So obviously I don't want Ukraine to win. Come on now.
A deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president, you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me.
Oh, that's a shot. That's a shot. And that's a shot she's emboldened to take because the party has lost all faith in geriatric sleepy Jim Crow Joe, and they've put it behind her. That's a shot. What she's saying is you cannot police me or punish me or hold me to the standards of good old Jim Crow Joe Biden, because I got different standards and I got different policies than him, and I would have dealt with Vladimir Putin different. Okay. All right. I like that little spice. Let's see.
I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international.
Oh, only what America is built on. Why do we act like America is not built on the very thing? And that's something that Vladimir Putin has made a very distinct talking point. How are you going to police me when you are built on this? Why cannot I build on this? Why do we now not build on this? Right? He said the Indian spice. She's some chicken masala, I think, over there. Lord in Christ. Why can we not build an empire on this? Why can't we practice neo-imperialism? Y'all had all the fun and all the time you want to practice imperialism. Why we can't do it?
National rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity.
Let's talk about it, the international community, because y'all know Britain ended slavery before the United States did, right? So Britain was trying to push to the other Western European countries, hey, this is inhumane, we should just stop it. It took decades for America to do it. It took a war for America to do it. It took a divide in the states and the territories that existed at that time for it to end. So America got to come up with when it was going to become moral or how its morals was going to change on their own. Why Russia can't do it? It's that simple. Why?
And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania.
And y'all are trying to push more east. Hold on, definitive one. Are you talking to me, sir? Yeah, what is wrong? Man, y'all niggas are crazy, man. I don't have any problem accepting your apology at all, but I just don't even understand the ideology that comes behind this stuff. It's crazy. I'm just trying to make the debate cool to watch, like my brother King James V3 said. Y'all could have watched it on your own, but you're watching it with me. Praise the Lord. Oh, it's after midnight. The water, Sister Princess Erica, a proud supporter, because I got to let y'all know something.
You are now watching Scary Hours with Gorilla Hebrew. It's Gorilla time.
Scary hours.
It's gorilla time.
It's definitely scary hours. It's scary hours. We're getting into the scary hours now. We are 3 hours in. All praise Yahweh Bashem Yahushua. We are in to scary hours, and I'm just trying to make the debate cool to watch. And I'm a righteous judge. So when somebody has a good point on either side, I'm going to emphasize it. If you have a problem with that, you have a problem with the Bible, because that's how the Bible programs us to think righteously, to admit when somebody makes a good point objectively, regardless of your personal biases, beliefs, or feelings, or opinions. If you can't do that, you're not deep enough into these scriptures. You're not reading them correctly, right? It's not a big deal to say Trump or Kamala or anybody in the world is right if they are right. You're wrong for not agreeing they're right if they are right. Very simple.
And through
And then he's like the agreement, like, you know, Trump is against the LGBTQ stuff. Aren't we as well? Trump has moved for abortion ban. Aren't that something that we're so we agree with him on certain things. We agree. Two human beings are liable to agree on something, right? But shout out to Brother Definitive One. It's certainly no hard feelings. He said, I didn't click on this my autoplay. Did I respect your commentary and opinion? Though, like I said, I misunderstood you with something too. Okay, all praise to the Most High. I'm good regardless. I'm not holding nothing. We got Day of Atonement coming. Listen, man, we're not holding anything, man. We ain't mad. Even if brothers ain't apologizing, we're forgiving them.
Through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting.
Ukraine stands? She said Ukraine stands. This is what standing looks like. This is standing. Okay. Ukraine is standing. All right, let's go.
Sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania?
Okay, so let's just take a look at 13 colonies. 50 nifty United States from 13 original colonies. Spout them, shout them, read all about them. Put a 1 in the chat if you had to learn that song in school. The 13 colonies were a group of British colonies on the Atlantic coast of North America during the 17th and 18th centuries. Grievances against the imperial government led the 13 colonies to begin uniting in 1774 and expelling British officials by 1775. Boom, boom. Okay. So the 13 colonies in their traditional groupings. I want to take a look at what was first. Yep. 1606, King James I of England granted charters to both the Plymouth Company and the London Company for the purpose of establishing permanent settlements in America. The London Company established the colony of Virginia in 1607, the first permanently settled English colony on the continent. So that's like saying, hey, man, these white people settled in Virginia and they had their eyes on the rest of the South and what was North and what was West. Oh, yeah, that's what happened. That's how what you would call the greatest country that ever existed was founded. The indigenous people that previously lived there were pushed back. So why is it wrong for Vladimir Putin to do it? I mean, that's my only question. Why is that wrong? Right?
Pennsylvania, how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that.
Scary hours.
Scary hours. He has nuclear weapons, you idiot. You are playing with somebody with nuclear capabilities out of this world, more than we have. And then he's in allegiance with 2 other political powers that have thermonuclear missiles, at least one of them more than we have. We don't stand a chance. We need to go chill this guy out. You're playing with somebody who's over there with Satan too. You don't play with nobody that's got Satan too. You're out of your mind. You don't have anything for it. You don't have adequate missile defense. You only have devastation when he pushes that button. That's all you have, and you better act like it. That's what Trump is saying, right? But I'm glad she's taking the thermonuclear capabilities of Russia and their allies for granted, because I understand prophetically that they have to send missiles over here in order for salvation to happen to the elect of the nation of Israel, which is all I want, which is what I pray for daily. So we hope for that.
Nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening. But he does have that, something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief, and the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen, he's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO.
So she didn't answer the question, but according to, there's been no record that there's ever been a public meeting between the two, or that she's ever been directly involved in negotiations between Putin and Zelensky, her personally. Yeah. Other top level figures in the administration have not heard of, for the record.
Got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate.
Defendant one said, if I have a question, I ask. Oh, okay. It looks like he asked a question. Does the Bible say anything about a third world war? Most definitely. It talks about 3 wars, right? 3 world wars. Right here in Revelation 8 and 13, it says, and I beheld and heard an angel flying through the midst of heaven, saying with a loud voice, woe, 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 to the inhabitants of the earth by reason of the other voices of the trumpet and of the 3 angels which are yet to sound. Right. So when you follow the timeline, the prophetic timeline of the 7 trumpets, there's 4 trumpets and there's 3 left. In the 3 trumpets, namely in the 5th trumpet, we see World War I described at length. Then another note, woe pronounced afterwards, which would be World War II. And then for the 6th trumpet, it would be World War III. So the prophetic timeline, all of those things, they line up perfectly with 3 world wars and the 3rd World War coming in about this time. No problem. We have various videos on it. And I will likely be dropping a 7 trumpets breakdown, Lord willing, soon in honor of the Feast of Trumpets that just passed last week. That will get even more elaborative on it. So all praise to Yahweh Bashem Yahushua. Let's go.
And we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision.
You agree with the decision, and the decision was detrimental and it was poorly executed. Great.
To pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And
Ooh, this bad. You see that Trump smile? He knows she just threw him an alley-oop, because patriotism is a big deal in this country to a lot of key voters. And the minimalization of the sacrifice of the lives of the soldiers who died and who were just honored from that withdrawal speak louder than the taxpayer dollars that went towards the war.
And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not, again, appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind. And we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most
good way to capitalize on the poorness of the withdrawal there, Donald. But you should have capitalized on her disregard for the sacrifice of the lives of those soldiers that you had just mentioned. You missed the opportunity by getting too caught up in the moment. Again, I got that debate class. That debate class is going to be very good in little moments like that. You're going to see how important those are when it comes to winning the minds of the people.
embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, "I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black." I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words. So I'm
I don't
asking,
know. I don't know. I mean, all
granted, to frame context, those were his words when a black woman asked him and called her a black woman. So he didn't just go around talking about invalidating her blackness. She was called a black woman by a black woman to him in a question, and that's how he responded to that specific question, if I recollect the clip correctly.
All I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. I do believe that the vast majority of
You don't have to attempt to use race to divide the American people. The American people have always been divided on race. That is the very foundation and fabric in which America is woven from and built from. Man, come on, be serious.
us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings, and he
Slumlord, baby, slumlord. That's the word you're looking for. Slumlord.
was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember,
He was investigated for racially discriminatory rental practices in his slumlord buildings, complexes throughout, the New York tri-state area. Okay.
same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for
Central Park 5.
the execution of 5 young Black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5.
Great point. Great point.
Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution.
I got a feeling what Trump's going to do. I think he's going to bring up her time as DA.
This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first Black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this.
So then why did they vote him into office the first time?
Want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people?
But you also meet with people that ask you, what are you going to do for Black people? And you say, I'm not going to do anything specifically and exclusively for Black people. But you will do things exclusively and specifically for other ethnic groups of people. So no, that's not all that's being said during your meetings there. It's crazy.
Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said, going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5. They admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman. She says she is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had.
He's missing opportunity here. This was a race question. You could have really capitalized on race here. The last two times, he's getting caught up, y'all. We're seeing Trump get a little bit caught up. You can't get caught up. You have to remain poised. The question, the topic is that of race. All you have to do is say, hey, at that time I was misinformed. Those young brothers, they were coerced into confession, which led me and many of the public to believe that there was a guilt, and if anybody was guilty of a crime as grotesque in nature as that of the Central Park Five, well, then I would call for their execution, regardless of who they are, race, creed, color, or age. But with their exoneration, I do want to extend an apology. I want to take this time to extend a formal apology for running that ad. I was invigorated with the rage that a human being would be treated that way, so much so that my zeal led me to publish that article. But it's regrettable because I didn't know the duress that those young men were under when they entered guilty pleas. I had no idea. Here's the facts. As a district attorney, she unjustly incarcerated several Black and Latino men. Here's a fact. Under the First Step Act, I freed and vindicated thousands of Black and Hispanic people from federal penitentiaries. You want to talk about race? Yes, she may present and she may currently be identifying as Black, but she has far from been a friend to Black people. Under Donald J. Trump, under my presidency, the economy I built was far more beneficial for people of color than Kamala Harris ever was. These niggas need to hire me. What are they doing? How good was that? Off the top of my damn head.
It's gorilla time.
Put a one in the chat. These niggas need to hire me, goddammit. Wow. Trump, that's how you're supposed to do it. You make the big bucks. You know how you're supposed to do it. That's crazy as hell. I said, so. Gorilla needs to debate here. Yeah. Sign me up. Sign me up. That's how you deal with that, Trump. I know it's a little late in the debate. So sometimes when you're late in the debate, you get wore down a little bit and you're not as sharp and you're not as eloquent. You see, that happens. But it's called a war of attrition, and you running and debating at this level on a global stage, you can't afford to lose the war of attrition in a back and forth like this with the world watching. You can't afford it, right? Again, wait for the debate course. Let's go.
Horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up,
I
Lindsay.
want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not
I don't know that. I don't know that.
Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country, one who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what.
God, she's seizing moments. She is seizing moments so theatrically, and I have to tip my hat to her. And like I said, it's going over fantastically. I know with a large portion of the population, that's very easy to be rocked to sleep. She is seizing these opportunities. Trump, you shouldn't have gave her that opportunity.
What we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction.
Why do people keep asking me as I'm a Trump supporter? I'm not supporting anybody, any presidential candidate. I do not take part in the Democratic process here in this country. I don't invoke my right to suffrage. I am simply commentating on a political debate. I think both of these individuals are entertaining. but I am entertained more about Donald Trump for sure.
Deduction to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development.
Notice it's only in your first year of now. She didn't specify earlier when she talked about the $6,000 earned income credit for your child that it was only for children in their first year. So that means if you didn't have a baby this year, you won't get that. And then of course she wants to radicalize abortion without damn near any restrictions and legalize it federally. So by her doing that, that would lead to even less babies in their first year being born, which would be less people in which had to get that tax credit. You're exposed.
I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's turn
Trump,
back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy,
She has
please.
a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's.
Who did Taylor Swift endorse, Sam Antonio? I would like to know who Taylor Swift is endorsing. Yeah, exactly. Okay, Taylor Swift is endorsing Kamala. Yeah, Kamala. See Kamala winning. That's fucking crazy as fuck. You know, because when you think about Taylor Swift and where she's from, and she, you know, that's that deep-rooted, red-blooded American, real down south white people that she represents, and that largely makes up her fan base. When she performs here in Atlanta, she sells out the stadium, and there are more white people than you've ever seen in Atlanta for a Taylor Swift show. Trust me. It always blows my mind. And when you talk to them, these are people that are coming in from Alabama and other the surrounding states, because, you know, she doesn't go to all these states. So she has a firm grip on a fan base that represents the Deep South, that represents the quote unquote red-blooded Americans, very proud lineage of Confederates and people who are historically Republican. So her endorsement of Kamala Harris speaks volumes. It's going to send shockwaves throughout, and we can never underestimate the influence of celebrities over people's minds, thought patterns, and choices. That's why they're called influencers. I think that's a huge sign that Kamala very well may win this election.
Gun.
President Trump,
She
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move on
to
to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
That's what her plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond
No,
because
Trump-
no, the
President
former
Trump-
president has said
No, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry. We're
I
gonna
just need to
move on,
respond
Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he has
President
said
Trump, this is
multiple
now your
Yes.
third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better.
Correct.
Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private healthcare options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff.
I see why that she wanted to respond to that and didn't want to let that. You can't let it slide. And if you have to let time go on and get those jabs in later that they didn't allow you to get in previously, you have to. The record needs to reflect as much as it can, right? They're both gun owners. They're not coming for the Second Amendment. They may come for stiffer and stronger regulations, but they're not coming for the Second Amendment. Okay.
As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said at the time, because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not
Fair suggestion. I don't know the reality of you saying that. Here's why. I know that you are Indian, right? Hence the name Kamala. You're Indian, right? And you identify and are aligned strongly with, your people or your mother's people. Nothing wrong with that. But with that being said, that group of people does represent a very large portion of medical and healthcare professionals, namely some of the more higher paid healthcare professionals, doctors, surgeons, things of that nature, right? The pharmaceutical industry is, one of the more corrupt industries in this country. But because of its corruption, because of its ability to price gouge, of the American people. It actually gives an advantage to healthcare professionals. So we have to understand that there are other countries out there where there is government free healthcare for all, right? And there are many people who are doctors, but those doctors get paid less. They still get paid high in consideration of the economy, but they get paid even less than they would here in America. It's not looked at as skilled of a trade, right? So that's the dangers of capping the pharmaceutical industry. It may hurt the job. So we have to understand with every action, there's an equal opposite reaction. So when you're looking at the American economy, and if you're trying to rebuild it, build it, do anything to it, you have to understand the ripple effect each decision you make has upon it. If we cap the pharmaceutical, then that stops people who work in the pharmaceutical industry, or it gives them a major blow to their income, or professions and industries related thereto, i.e., other doctors and healthcare professionals. So those are all things like I know. I was talking to a young lady not too long ago, and she was telling me how she is moving into, clinical, and she wants to be a pharmacist. And she was talking about how much money she can make and how much less hours she can work through being a pharmacist. But it's going to take her 3 years to do it. If Kamala gets in office and this place is still here in 3 years, she could have wasted her time going to school, because that occupation, that career is going to be even less lucrative, right? So you have to pay attention for somebody who's looking objectively at all this and go, okay, you want to cut this here and cut that here. Well, how is that going to affect the employment, the jobs that industry creates? And then how does that work towards your overall economic plan? Because frankly, the economy is the number one issue. All this other stuff is not the issue. The fact that people are paying what they're paying at the pump and at the grocery store, that matters to the average person more than any of these other issues that are being discussed, more than immigration, more than foreign policy, more than fracking, etc. Why am I paying so much money? Why does my money feel like it's not going as far? Right? So you say you're going to invigorate the economy, yet you're unveiling plans that is going to actually stifle certain sectors of the economy. So these are things we got to pay attention to, and you got to watch the contradiction in the statements that these individuals make, because they do it plenty. A politician ain't nothing but a goddamn liar. Never lose sight of that, right? Let's keep going.
Not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it,
Vice
pass as
President
pro-law
Harris,
in
thank
terms
you.
of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a
She
lot
made
of...
a mistake. At number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years, but it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money, but she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get.
President
People
Trump
are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said the climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme.
All right, brother. So this brother, your name is Tariq Bey, right? Tariq Bey. So as somebody who is named Tariq Bey, I could assume nothing other than you identify yourself as some form of Moorish American. Some form of Muslim, right? As somebody who's a Moorish American, your understanding of civics, government, and American politics should be so much higher than it is for you to make a statement that lacks so much intellect, right? Government can't set prices of food sold at the grocery store. Well, how many factors is the government in control of, from when the food is produced to when it gets into the grocery store that then affects the price that it is once it makes it to the grocery store, brother. You should already understand these things because as a Moorish American Muslim, you should already be studying the civics of the American government. Since you allege that the Moorish American Muslim founding fathers are the ones who laid the foundation for said government, brother, you should know better than that. That was stupidity that you just displayed. Please stop it. Thank you.
Weather occurrences who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around.
They are control of regulations, not the price. And the regulations affect the price. But I'm going to tell you how they are in control of the price. When they do things that causes the dollar to get inflated, that causes the price to go up, right? So let's just take a look, Tariq Bey, just real quick, just a quick chat GPT. How does the government affect the price of groceries? The government affects the price of groceries in several ways. Through its policies, regulations, so not just regulations, brother, policies, regulations, and economic tools. The monetary policy, which is inflation. Fiscal policy and government spending. Government spending, especially during times of crisis, can increase demand. If demand for food rises faster than supply can meet it, grocery prices increase. See that? Government spending leads to higher demand of groceries faster than it's produced, then the demand can be met, therefore the value increases. So there's two ways: inflation and government spending. Agricultural subsidies and regulations. The United States government provides subsidies to farmers for crops like corn, soybeans, and wheat, which can lower the price of certain food products. However, shifts in subsidy policies can raise or lower prices depending on which crops are incentivized. See that? Trade policies and tariffs. Trade agreements and tariffs have a direct impact on the cost of imported goods. See that? Supply chain and labor regulations. Government regulations that affect the labor market, transportation, and environmental policies can impact the cost of getting food from the farm to the grocery stores. That affects it. Now watch this. Food assistance programs. Programs like SNAP and EBT or food stamps help low-income families afford groceries, but they also affect the demand for food. Increased demand through such programs can raise prices in areas where supply is tight. Overall, the government plays a significant role in both increasing and decreasing grocery prices through its influence on inflation, trade policies, regulations, and subsidies. Sir, you've been destroyed. Why you come fucking with me, man? Just let me cook, man. All praise to the Most High. Let's keep going.
Around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. They're all leaving.
Now, they might have, but she said they created 800,000. So 10,000 versus 800,000, that's not substantial.
They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable, but we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News president.
Wow. Yeah, man, this has been quite interesting, man. I think this is the first, this is definitely the first time I've sat through the entirety of a presidential debate, even though we're coming back for closing arguments, man. Put a one in the chat if y'all have been enjoying this watch along, this commentary. Put a one in the chat, man. All praise to the Most High. It's definitely scary hours. Hey, Cuban Crisis, man. Much love to you, my brother. Always a pleasure. Okay, all praises everybody's been enjoying. I'm glad y'all been enjoying. Again, like I said, it's my first time doing this. We down near 4 hours in. All praise to the Most High. Chef Chief, there you go. All praise to the Most High. Yeah, like bro said, if I wasn't gonna do this, I wasn't gonna watch it. You know what I was supposed to? Let me tell you about yesterday real quick. So I had a live schedule for yesterday. And first, the live I was gonna do it behind the paywall, like I was gonna do it on CZYN or Gorilla TV. And then I'm like, nah, I'll do it for the public. But I had a hell of a Sunday to Monday. I didn't get no sleep. I've had a hell of a few days. Just, you feel me, been just so much to do, so much going on. Powerful weekend though, unity camps with the servants, Anointed House of Saints, Watchmen for Israel. It's powerful. All praises for that, for real. But it was so much. I had so much going on this weekend, man. I had so much from Seattle. Shalom. I had so much going on this weekend. Boom. So I end up not even sleeping. Had so much to do starting Monday morning. Not even sleeping. Boom. Get up, running around Monday. I'm talking about I was up. No, we do not vote. Do not vote. I was up for I was up like 27 hours straight. So I get in the house about 7 p.m. yesterday. I'm like, all right, I'm going to take a nap. I'm going to wake up around 9:30, 10, and then boom, I'm going to do it live. I woke up at 10. When I woke up at 10, bro, I was feeling so crazy. Look at that demonic idol on that logo. That's crazy. I felt so like I just knew I needed more rest. I was like, man, I'm going to just do it later. Then I end up just taking it down. I'm still going to do it behind the paywall now instead of doing it live. Trust me, y'all are not going to believe this. I'm going to give y'all a little bit of a spoiler. A young lady who I was previously involved with did a whole podcast about me, and I want to react to it. And I'm going to be vulnerable there because I'm going to admit faults that she talks about. I'm also going to correct misconceptions and, false fake news that she propagates. But also I'm just going to give it a testimony to what I learned and the lessons I learned and things of that nature, because I definitely learned a lot of lessons for sure from that relationship and what not to do. And I'm such a better man since then, from what I learned. And she admits that relationship with me made her a better woman. So, all praise for that. But I'm going to react to that probably on CZYN, man. That's probably going to be a CZYN exclusive. But also, I'm going to tell you what else I'm going to react to behind the paywall, too. This is going to be a Gorilla TV exclusive. The Candace Owens interview. Y'all see they came at Candace, demonetized, did all that to her. I'm going to be doing that Candace reaction on Gorilla TV. So look for that coming soon, of course. We're not plugging or telling anybody to sign up now. We are in the Sabbath, Day of Atonement tomorrow, things of that nature. But soon, look for those two things behind, on those two sites that you see below me that are home of our exclusive content, right? Exclusive content there. Got something special dropping on the Gorilla TV YouTube this Friday. The whole video will be over Gorilla TV, man. Me debating the IG model, a very famous IG model and reality star on polygamy, specifically polygyny, Look for that, man. Look for that for sure. Right, brother said, voting for the donkey or elephant cult is like asking, does one vote for Lucifer or Satan, crack or crystal meth? Tremendous points, man. None of these people is for it, so we ain't gonna waste our time going to none of these polls. We're just reacting. We're just, all of this is entertainment, the political theater, the political arena, man. But it looks like it's coming back on, so all praises. Let's finish this out.
To Election Day, we'll go back to the debate and closing statements.
Back tonight, the time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us, and we can chart a new way forward.
At this point, by the way she handled that situation, I believe that Candace believes that we're the Israelites. I believe that emphatically now. Also, I want to say stay tuned, because after we get done with this debate, I'm going to have a brief Day of Atonement message as we step into the Day of Atonement, which will begin at sundown Wednesday and going into Thursday. Right? Pre-Atonement Sabbath and Day of Atonement Tuesday. Yeah, back to back. So from tonight to tomorrow night is the Sabbath on the 9th day. I'm going to go over all that. And the Day of Atonement begins the 10th day, which is Thursday night to Friday night. I'm going to go over all of that for y'all. Like Nif the Kingdom said, man, vote for your Howard Shai, which he don't even need to vote. You see what I'm saying? Like the brother Quanawaf has posted, this is why we don't vote. Because the scriptures say only our people can represent us, can rule over us. We can only elect our own people to do that. And that's something, even though they have a nice melanated face, a beige face up there, that's not our people. All right. Her lineage is that of white slave masters and colonizers of Jamaica who happen to have an affinity for black Jamaican wombs, and one of them who ventured to the United States and found him a nice East Indian woman to make a baby with, and they made Kamala Harris. So we know that neither of these people are our people and represent us and our values and what's best for us. So we won't bother going to the polls and casting a vote for either of them. Let's get back to it.
And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump.
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like We're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry.
And nigga telling the truth. How do we know? That's what the Bible say. This third world war will be a war like no other war. It will be a nuclear war, a war of very powerful weaponry, and America is rapidly headed towards it. It will be its destruction. It will be its end. He sees that clearly, which is why Kamala need to get in office, because she doesn't see that clearly, and she's going to fall right into it. And that's what we're looking for. All praise to the Most High. Let's go.
I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in.
All praises to the Most High. That's over. That's over. Yeah, but that was very interesting. That was very, very, very interesting. I guess we'll see what happens. I'm starting to feel like Kamala might get in there. We'll see though. We'll see. It's not a prophecy or anything. We'll see. I definitely couldn't see Biden getting in there. So of course the question was, well, what are they going to do? Because Biden won't be reelected. He's too old, too decrepit, too senile. People aren't going to vote for him. They have to get somebody else in there, but who? And then boom, here comes Kamala. And Kamala's genius. She's a little bit younger. She's a person of color. She's a woman. Has charm, as I'm starting to see. And I think she might get in there. Again, I'm not rooting for anybody. I'm not going for anybody. Well, actually, I am going for her. And the reason why is because I think she's going to be the one. She's going to be more likely than Trump to lead this country into the third world war, which we know will be our path to salvation one way or another. Right? But Day of Atonement is tomorrow at even. So I want to talk about that real quick. I definitely want to talk about the DOA, the Day of Atonement. Matter of fact, let's go to Shabbat.day. If you're not up to date on the High Holy Day calendar, it's very simple. You just type in Shabbat, SHBAT.date, DATE. Boom, it'll pull up the SICARRI calendar, right? We go down here to the 7th month, right? September 2nd, last Monday night, was the first day of the 7th month, which brought in a new moon and, of course, the Feast of Trumpets, right? So now typically on all other months, when the new moon falls on a certain date, every 7 days thereafter is when you will have your Sabbath, right? So 1st, 8th, 15th, and 22nd, right? You have the 1st, that's when the Sabbath comes. You have 6 working days, then you have another Sabbath, which equals what? The 8th. There is an exception in this instance, in this particular month and High Holy Day that I'm going to show y'all in the book of Leviticus 23, which is where we get the basis of our High Holy Days. Right? Leviticus 23. Right here, in 23. And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, In the 7th month, in the 1st day of the month, shall ye have a Sabbath, a memorial blowing of trumpets, and a holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work therein, but ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. Okay, so that was last week. Then it says, And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, Also on the 10th day of the 7th month, which will be tomorrow, Thursday night, there shall be a day of atonement. It shall be an holy convocation unto you, and ye shall afflict your souls and offer an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. So the affliction of the souls is the fasting from food and beverage for that day. And ye shall do no work in that same day, for it is a day of atonement, to make an atonement for you before Yahweh your power. For whatsoever soul it be that shall not be afflicted in that day. Right. So now again, okay. For whatsoever soul it shall be that shall not be afflicted in that same day, whoever doesn't fast, he shall be cut off from among his people. And whatsoever soul it be that do any work in that same day, the same soul will I destroy from among his people. You shall do no matter of work, and it shall be a statute forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings. It shall be unto you a Sabbath of rest, and ye shall afflict your souls in the 9th day of the month at even. From even to even shall ye celebrate your Sabbath. So the Sabbath that week will be on the 9th day, as opposed to the typical 8th day. And then you treat the 10th day as a Sabbath, but it is a special Sabbath of the day of atonement, where you afflict your souls. So this is the only time of the year where the law of God actually mandates what you would call a double Sabbath. It's the only time ever that we actually see this back to back. And the Sabbath is actually moved from the 8th to the 9th in order for us to do that, to observe it like that. So essentially we get an extra day of preparation in the week after the Feast of Trumpets, after the new moon. And then we get 2 back-to-back days of sabbatical, but one where we have to afflict our souls. So that's why it is the way that it is, pursuant to the law of God. The 9th day is the Sabbath. The 10th day is the Day of Atonement, where typically the 8th day would be the Sabbath. It's noted here, no, you keep it on the 9th. So as opposed to having a Sabbath, then a day off, then the Day of Atonement, it's an extended week. Then you have a Sabbath and Day of Atonement back to back, which both of them are to be treated as Sabbaths or days of rest, right? Just wanted to say that now. Ephesians. I heard my big brother, the illustrious and the incomparable Andre Taylor, bringing this out. And this is my message tonight for the Day of Atonement. This is my message, right? Before we clock out here, 4 hours strong through the Spirit. All praise, honor, and glory to Yahweh Bashem Yahweh. Let's get this Day of Atonement message in there. What is this? Okay, let's just do this. Right. And this is Ephesians 4:27 in the Amplified Bible. And do not give the devil an opportunity to lead you into sin by holding a grudge or nurturing anger or harboring resentment or cultivating bitterness. It's what so many of us do. And I love it here in the Amplified. And I'm so happy that our brother, my big brother, Andre Taylor, always likes to look at things and cross-reference things with that Amplified, because that Amplified, it does just that. It amplifies Bible verses. It says again, and do not give the devil an opportunity to lead you into sin by holding a grudge or nurturing anger or harboring resentment or cultivating bitterness. That's Satan working on your flesh and your pride. Satan working on your flesh and your pride, leading you to do that. L-I-G it, man. Let it go. It feels so much better, and it is so much more in alignment with the commandments of God, right? It would be a sin. A sin is what? Transgression of the law or violation of the commandments and instructions of God, right? The instructions of God tell us this in Leviticus 19. Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart. Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor and not suffer sin upon him. Thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people, but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. I am the Lord Yahweh. See that? That's the sin that you will be violating. These are the laws of God that you'd be breaking if you allowed Satan to cultivate that bitterness, to harbor that anger and that grudge up in you. You have to fight the devil in that regard. You have to bind those satanic and demonic spirits in the name of Hamashiach Yahushua, who the world calls Christ. You have to do those things so you don't fall into this sin, because the sin of grudging and hating and the cultivation of bitterness, that's one of the easiest things to fall off into. You have to combat that with all of your might. You have to invoke the Most High, call upon his name, right? Bring him into remembrance of the mercy that comes upon you through the sacrifice of his son, and ask him to strengthen you to fight off devils and demons of this nature, right? Because it's a very real thing. It's a very real thing, and it's very easy, and it's very promoted in this world that we live in to harbor hatred and grudges and bitterness. It is almost celebrated right now in the world that we live in, and that's disgusting, and it's wicked, and we need to repent from it vehemently, adamantly, rapidly, especially with this Day of Atonement coming. Right? I want to take a look at, matter of fact, let's go Leviticus 19 in the AMP. Look at this. The Amplified. You shall not hate your brother in your heart. You may most certainly rebuke your neighbor, but shall not incur sin because of him. You shall not take revenge nor bear any grudge against the sons of your people, but you shall love your neighbor, acquaintance, associate, or companion as yourself. I am Yahweh. So it pretty much says the same thing. It's a little bit more elaborative. Okay, all praises. But yeah, man, that's my Day of Atonement message. That's my Day of Atonement message. We're a little over 5 or 4 hours in here. Make sure y'all subscribe to the Chief Dome channel. Subscribe to the Gorilla TV YouTube, Gorilla Clips, Gorilla God Cave. Just go up on the new channels and look at all the featured channels. Subscribe to all that, man. All kind of content coming across all platforms. You know, donation information there. Follow me on all platforms, man. Yahweh Shai is King Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai Barakatah Watha Wada for keeping the $2 drive alive and your continual support, my brother. If you can super chat now, you can super thanks afterwards to support the ministry. Again, that's all our donation information there. And with that, man, I want to give all praise, honor, and glory to Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai, man, and say shalom.